Interesting. I thought it was a video game NPC, but that's somebody else in the Dota universe, right, lads? I can't remember which one.
It's Boomer Talk, and I am definitely not that. But
yeah. Let's check out the birth certificate there, Matt.
We had to dress QO, you know, for this panel because clearly pants go on your legs, bro.
I mean, it's a swag.
10 seconds remaining.
It's the swag bit.
It's for swaggers.
Okay, sure, whatever.
5
Whatever you
seconds
want to go
remaining.
with there, QO, we'll let you deal with your tracksuit pants after this draft. But speaking of the draft, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Game 2 draft is very, very shortly underway for us here on the
Dire
panel.
team
We
ban.
talked about a few things in that first game. Didn't go the way that we were expecting. OG started out with Ogre faces Void. Are they going to be going back to their normal stuff here, or do you think they're going to try and hold a few more cards closer?
I
Radiant
hope so. I
team
hope
ban.
a little bit. This time around, Na'Vi actually have the priority for side or pick. I believe they went with pick, second pick, and so OG, they've gone back to the Dire. It's the side that they prefer most. Na'Vi conversely prefers Radiance, so they don't really care all that much. And you would think that this is probably going to be Iceberg's hero coming last.
Dire
it's all
team
about
ban.
securing that lane for him.
Or if it's a good Doom game, like because Doom is very hard to punish at mid, and I think Iceberg actually played pretty well against the. Yeah,
They've given him the Lifestealer again.
Yep.
Well, this is a response here from OG with the Seb Elder Titan. We've seen it time and time again
10
from him, and he
seconds
does
remaining.
play it against these melee lane winners like the Lifestealer, like the Slark,
5
like that, and
seconds
tries to get
remaining.
that
Team
fight
ban.
going on very early on. Do you think that now Na'Vi are going to have to think about this Astral Spirit a little bit more? Because we've seen the counter with the Oracle, right?
I guess. You've already got the Vengeful Spirit, though. They had it available for them to pick with their last pick of the previous draft. They decided better stick with the red, and it worked out for them. Don't think we're seeing any synergies come through this time.
10 seconds
For,
remaining.
maybe the leg strat on OG.
2 legs, yeah. There's already 4 legs
5
here for
seconds
Na'Vi.
remaining.
Actually, his last deal is claws, legs, or hands.
I've never seen him walk
Radiant
around. Can you
team
imagine?
pick.
But he walks on everything.
Yeah, but can you imagine
4
if
legs.
just stood on his
Yeah,
hind
it's
legs?
4 legs.
Yeah, it's 4 legs.
Venge does it.
Dire team
Thanks.
pick.
The synergy. That's what you need. Anyway, going back to this, PA's gone.
Oh yeah, PA is a good hero. I don't really like that, especially when you're even if you're playing Lifestealer. Like if the OG picks, PA, I don't think like
10
PA's
seconds remaining.
timing of online and like Lifestealer's timing of online is like. So, I think
5
Lifestealer is gonna
seconds
get more
remaining.
advantage regardless.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I don't know what OG will do for countering this Lifestealer because previous game they actually used 2 picks to actually deal with this Lifestealer, but and like if you don't punish like Lifestealer with that 2 picks, what are you gonna do about it? I think they really need to change this like a different strategy so they don't
Radiant
get
team
locked
pick.
into specific
Monkey King.
Well, do we think that the Elder Titan is a good enough lane matchup against the Lifestealer then, lads? Because we know that it's going to be Clockwork Elder Titan going up against that Lifestealer, probably Venge lane, right?
Like, there's still the small chance that No-Tail's going to be playing this Elder Titan. He's done it in the past before. Seb, obviously, a bit
10
more recently, has
seconds
been the
remaining.
one. But, so we've also got the Nature's Prophet coming out for Na'Vi.
5
And we've
seconds
seen
remaining.
General can do it. Iceberg can do it. It's another one of these things that can just dominate a laning matchup. So, yeah, give it a little bit of flex in there. I'm not minding it all too much. And again, it just pushes this aggression. So OG, much more wisely picking heroes that can deal with on the Elder Titan. If you've got people running at you, you're very happy. You know, you're going to get something like an early Ags as opposed to a Meteor Hammer. We've seen that being done time and time again with very minimal success. So we'll see if they're able to adjust this time.
But again, like you know, like if ET like stays against this Lifestealer, he might be able to harass him in like 1 to level 3, but eventually you're just gonna get zoned out once the Lifestealer has level 3 feast, and if he just somehow lane like okay, even if it's a low CS, he's gonna eventually be able to kick him out, and that like
Dire team
Nature's
pick.
Prophet mid as well. Like you're versing against Clockwork, if you can't really kill him, like this hero is not gonna snowball well. So I think like Navi's really putting OG into the corner with like what they want to do.
Oh, and the Dark Willow,
Yeah,
100% win rate for Na'Vi
Yep.
as well with this Dark Willow. So you'd have to be pretty
10
scared if
seconds
you're an
remaining.
OG fan. And the other thing as well is with this Lifestealer, they pick it up in response to the
5
Elder
seconds
Titan.
remaining.
And typically with the Strength Heroes, you're a little concerned that, you know, this big agi bonus, right? So they're not going to get that passive armor coming through. Same thing with the optimization, but Lifestealer, he's very happy to go into something like the Armlet, which gives a bit more armor. That natural order is not going to be quite as effective.
Yep.
Building into an AC eventually, you know, Net Profit is going to be able to take advantage
Dire
of that as
team
well.
ban.
So I don't think they're all that concerned right now on Navi's side.
Morphing.
I was going to touch on this Monkey King hero, whether or not we feel like this is going to be a mid one or a Thompson Monkey King, and whether or not they were going to try and put that in the lifesteal lane, try and pair that up with, aggressive tri lane, try and shut down V-Tune a little bit more.
Radiant team ban!
It's still up in the air, to be honest. We've seen OG play both mid one and Thompson on this Morphling hero. So.
But it looks like Thompson's, it's going to be Thompson's Morphling. Like the way they play at the moment, I think the success rate of like Thompson's Morphling, there's like no reason to actually put Thompson in a Morphling. But I'm just not sure whether this Monkey King can actually lane against either Nature's Prophet or like the off lane hero they're going to be picking with the Willow
10
as well.
seconds remaining.
They have to...
I mean,
5
not that they would pick it because it feels like they would get run over if they did.
Radiant team
Earthshaker's still in the
ban.
pool. You can still morph Shaker if they wanted to, but I feel like Navi's draft is just way too aggressive for you not to get punished. If you
How do they punish this
Dire
life stealer?
team pick.
Like, do they have to just go with the Morphling 30 minute, 40 minute, and right clicking back with the
I mean,
rage
we saw that in the last draft, right, where they tried to go a little bit later game. They had the Ricky, they had the Faceless Void, but as Matt said, they got run over by Na'Vi. So, I mean, Na'Vi have the final pick of the entire draft as well, so they can
10
flex
seconds
this Nature's
remaining.
Prophet, whether or not they want an Iceberg Nature's Prophet, whether or not they want General's Nature's Prophet there. And,
5 seconds
I mean, it's going to be all
remaining.
cards on the table here for OG, whether or not they want to pick a Seb hero here, whether or not they're picking No Tails hero, or even still
I kind of want to see, and you're going I want to see
Yeah,
a
I'm gonna
Winter
flame you.
Wyvern coming through.
That sounds bad.
No, but think it's finally some BKB piercing disable. Sure, hook shot. But you've got a lot of physical damage right now on Na'Vi if the Bedlam isn't available, and you're able to deal with this constant push coming into you really nicely with the Splinter Blast. And you've got, lockdown because you're going to have this lifestealer in on your face. I think it's a perfectly fine pick, assuming that it's going to be a Seb Elder Titan. But Na'Vi thinking a little bit differently, banning out the Slaughter and the Enigma. So they're still thinking that Seb's hero is yet to come.
It might be better like OG picking up just a strong laner that can secure like mid one a lane or like something that can actually kill one of this core. Because like as long as they get the lane in like 1 or 2 lane in like their favor, I think Morphling will be able to go out of control. But at the moment, it just looks like Na'Vi is getting a
Exactly what they want.
yeah, like I think they got like their safe lane like secured, and if Iceberg plays like Nature's Prophet, I think he never like failed with this like Nature's Prophet, like always like a 11-12 minute Orchid, and I don't really see him like dying in this game as well against the Monkey King and Morphling.
Yeah.
So that will be like a really scary factor with Roger playing.
And he's got 2
Radiant
potential
team
saves on
pick.
top of that, so he can afford to play a little bit more aggressively. And it's a
Spirit
Spirit
Breaker.
Breaker coming. All right, so probably a position 5 Clockwork then. And maybe that then means it's mid one actually playing the Morphling, right? Because you often see that pos 5 Clockwork with the ranged hero just to be able to enable.
10 seconds
I think
remaining.
this is a battle of whether like OG can kill this Furion or
5
not.
seconds
It's like the
remaining.
main priority at like 5 to 12 minutes with this Monkey King and Spirit Breaker and Clockwork like roaming around. If they stop this Nature's Prophets like itemization from Orchid to BKB, I think they will be in like a very good spot. But if not, I think Thompson and mid one both gonna feel difficult like in farming.
Yeah, the big issue is that you can't stop everyone on Na'Vi right now. Someone is going to have a decent game, whether it be V2 or Iceberg, at the very minimum. So it's just about what's going to actually give the biggest impact towards Na'Vi if they're able to come online. And you would have to say it's Iceberg. He's the big pace setter for the rest of his team.
Yep.
What are we thinking for potentially Iceberg or General here then,
I think they
lads?
have to pick General's hero and
Yeah?
just leave the Nature's Prophet as 2.
Okay,
Nature's
then.
Prophet 3, I think it's a bit too greedy against this lineup.
I mean, their burst isn't
Centaur?
insane, right? Okay.
Or something that can just TP and save. Like that's maybe Underlord. I don't really like Underlord. against
Underlord,
Monkey
I
King.
don't
Yeah.
really want to say Pango just because...
Tidehunter, like they're the one who has to just charge it in. Might be bad against Monkey King again.
There's a Void Spirit as well, potentially. Doesn't have save, but it's...
Choose your
yeah,
hero.
Puck, okay.
That's fine.
They're going to give themselves a stronger lane here for Iceberg, and they will put General on that Nature's Prophet. So reducing the amount of greed that they were having on Iceberg and giving it more over to General here. It's going to be a position 5 Spirit Breaker, lads. Mid 1 will be playing the Monkey King and the Seb Elder Titan as well. Sucks. Clockwork. So, lads, what are we thinking here? OG versus Na'Vi. Game number 2, we said game number 1 was going to set the pace for one of these teams, and Na'Vi looking pretty hot in that first one, so can OG overcome it with this draft?
This feels much more like an OG style of draft. When that happens, most of the time they do end up winning, even though, and I feel so strongly about this Na'Vi lineup, but up until the puck, they've got everything that they could have possibly won. I'm on the fence. What do you reckon, QO?
Like I really wanted that like Nature's Prophet to go mid and like pick another offlaner, but if it's a Nature's Prophet, puck, and like Life Stealer core and Nature's Prophet on 3, I think he will make a little mistake, and that will be like a chance for OG to snowball back off. So,
so what do you think?
I think I have to choose OG here.
Yeah, me too.
Yep.
All right, of course you're going to go with QO there, Matt. Unfortunately, he does not have a brain of his own here, but let's see if OG will have a brain of their own and get us to a game number 3. The boys are going to take you through it. Will be OD Pixel and Fog.
Yes, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 ready to go now between Na'Vi and OG and Fog. The question is, I mean, coming to this second game, OG, they've just had a pretty rough showing in Game 1. Are you a bit more hopeful for them this time round, considering the drafts, or do you think they're going to have another struggle here against Na'Vi?
Last time, they were like, this might be a little bit of an OG draft, but we can't fight as much as we want to. I look at this draft. This draft is all about the battling. They don't have to wait for anything. This is like just run at you nonstop, Spirit Breaker charging, Monkey King hopping through trees, ET throwing spirits, Clockwork running in. This should be a very battle-heavy response from OG, I'd imagine.
And sort of on Na'Vi's side of things, there's obviously different heroes coming out, as some were taken away from the bans in this draft from OG. Any sort of heroes you're excited to see these players play? Anything you think is going to be very strong and worth watching out for some star plays?
A couple fun interactions. I mean, there's going to be some nice, I think the Infest Bombs can definitely be a big one. The Puck Life Stealer, we've seen that have some pretty good success. We have the Venge swap with the Coil as well. Pretty sweet. And then we also have Dark Willow versus a high majority of melee heroes. These Brambles are going to be problems. Monkey King, Spirit Breaker, Elder Titan, Clockwork, Morphling. It's pretty much all melee. Even Morphling, sure, he's got some slight range, but could definitely see these Brambles being pretty annoying for the side of them. They also have, Terrorize versus Monkey King, too. So Wukong gets dropped, you get feared, you can run out of it. It's a lot of different things. And the swap, too. So 2 different forms to be able to break the Monkey King ulti. There's a lot of different fun stuff coming out from Na'Vi.
Yeah, I think, the big one's definitely going to be the swap coil and the fear coil.
Yeah.
Terrorize. That's going to be very, very strong in these fights once they get there. We'll see, if in the laning stages, Na'Vi's going to be able to have as good a time as they did last game, because you said what you reckon last game, some of these lanes shouldn't have gone as well as they did do for Na'Vi.
I didn't think they would go that well. Thompson he gave the kill to mid, right? He went for this dive play and gave away a free kill to Doom. Bottom, I feel like actually was just well played by Na'Vi from V-Tune, especially in that last one, so... Yeah, we'll see how this top one works. It's double ranged versus this Monkey King. Sure, Monkey King's gotten the buffs of some armor, of course, in these last few patches, but you still suffer a lot versus these two. Especially with Blightstone. We're seeing it already kicking off.
That damage, yeah, from just the two of them. One hit away from nearly dying. He's hitting the treants out. In fact, mid one.
One more hit.
The dodge. He keeps the salve very going. Nice. Give it a pog.
That's
mid one there with the mischief. Keeping that salve going good.
Hell yeah. All right. Well, yeah, this top lane is probably going to be pretty rough. Mid one, that's huge there for them. I wonder what skill build he's actually going to go for. I've seen a couple of times of some weird ones when you're playing versus double range. But yeah, top lane it should be with Spirit Breaker and Monkey King onto these two.
Well, he's going to be able to build it up. He's already used the Boundless, of course, so no straight up reliability to heal himself up. Roger into the Shadow Realm.
Will he miss your Stalvich? Let's see. He will.
Oh, he's doing good with that. Anyway, meanwhile, down on the bottom lane, fight kicking off. The dive in Sax will be the first to draw the kill, but they lose the life in return. And top lane, they do get Roger with these body blocks as well from Notes out. At least allow him to build up that Jingu again. Allow him to keep himself pretty much full HP with the heals that are going to be coming in from those hits. But already action kicking off on these side lanes.
I mean, they're all things considered like...
Trees, I don't suppose you can add an addition to my little hollow?
Jingu stacks, especially versus Nature's Prophet, you're just full healing. It's actually being okay.
I know.
Bottom, we didn't get to talk about too much the ET versus Lifestealer matchup. I quite do like having the Lifestealer versus ET. Can't actually take advantage too much versus him. He just turns and hits you, open wounds. He just heals versus the damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's sort of the thing, right? Last game, if they weren't able to slow V-Tune down with the lane setup they had there, I mean, this one you wouldn't consider any scarier for a Lifestealer, right? This should be easier for V-Tune.
Yeah, I mean, he has to just be a little bit careful around this level 3 that Seb has hit. This is a big power spike here for Seb, but they can always play around it. With the stuns, with the rage, and open wounds, you have a lot of different options.
Top lane, so coming in with the charge, but more to follow up. Mid lane, so we're seeing Iceberg.
Yeah.
He is doing very well on these first few waves already. 13-8 against the 8-for-3 of Thompson. Is that just expected early on? It's very hard to sort of play with the high agi because of the constant burst of a puck. You've got to be careful.
Yeah, it was actually, I was going to talk about it a little bit later, but it was from the start, laning phase, our first wave, Iceberg, he got a much better block. Thompson had it all the way pushed onto his side. Iceberg hit level 2 right away. Thompson was level 1. So he bullied him really hard the first few waves.
Not yours. Oh, yeah, the knock-on effects from that starting of the mid lane definitely showing the good CS that Iceberg continues to have and that advantage against Thompson's morph. Top lane.
It will start to shift a bit as that Morphling gets some levels, but yeah, top.
They're trying to charge in. They want held back by the Brambles, though. Got to go for anything more. Thrown out the boundless. Some good body blocks here from the Treants. In fact, fantastic body blocks here. Notel taking a lot of damage. Can they finish off the kill? They can. They're going to be able to get it. Mid-one trying to run in onto General. General trying to maneuver his way around the Brambles. Mid-one's got to step back. Another root's out. Mid-one, he's in trouble. They've got a Shadow Realm hit coming in as well. Is it enough? This time Mid-one unable to dodge it. So takes the hits. He will live, but incredibly low HP. He has still got the Jingu stacks up and will be able to drop a boundless. And meanwhile, what happened over there? Iceberg, he's workful.
Soxa checks bottom rune. DD spawns pop. Iceberg just fights him. Wait for it.
I mean, both teams just constantly trying to fight here. General, he's going to go for the TP out. Mid-one tries to find it, but the TP out is already done. They're charging in on a Roger.
I won't lie.
Noto will give him the bash bite. Mid-one able to live, and General, not dying either. Despite that attempt, he's straight back to the lane.
The seeds of fortune.
Battle General again.
He got him! Iceberg got him! It's straight up with the silence. Thompson stepped up to the high ground. Just a quick waning rift and an illusory orb. It was just caught too low on the HP. Top lane, they're charging in. They're looking for General. The Brambles in place. Mid-one jumping down. This time will get the kill. It's going to take a few hits from the tower, but he's able to take it off with Mischief and step away. Will kill General, but that mid lane, I mean, Thompson, he struggled in game 1 against Iceberg. He's struggling again here in game 2.
Look out!
Yeah. All those small little things trade off. The kill on Soxa actually ended up working, even though Soxa, he was trying to waste the DD rune originally from what happened a minute and a half ago. Kills all over the place continue.
Seb does get all. Ones always want to fly. V-Tune onto the two of them. I mean, still in this bottom lane, as we've seen Seb and Sax, so they have been able to kill always want to fly off. In fact, the 3 times now. It does seem like a bit of a similar story to last game, right? Because they were doing this. They were killing the supports, but the cores remained able to get free farm in their lanes, and that certainly is the case here for V-Tune. 32-11 at 6 minutes in on the safe lane. He doesn't really mind if the Disruptor's dying. In fact, it's kind of nice. He's getting solo XP.
Disruptor? I mean, the Venge.
Venge, the game's last.
Yeah, no, for sure. And the reason I was saying, like, the Lifestealer is so good versus ET is not just in the lane where you can always open wound, you can turn. It's in the mid game too. You build phase boots plus armor. You build armlet plus armor, and just pretty much everything that you build up always just feels good playing into that ET. And off to a phenomenal start here for the mid and the bottom. However, top mid one is doing a lot better than I thought he was going to do.
Oh yeah, he is. I mean, already finding this early action, and they're having to push it to the edge to do so. As we're seeing these things that happen right underneath the towers. Try for General. A bit of a slow on with the Primal Spring. General is underneath the tower here. See if they can continue to do this against the hits from the tower. Boundless strike down onto General. Mid-one tries to make his way around. The Sprout holds him back momentarily, but Mid-one's able to cut himself out with the Quelling Blade. Still can't finish the kill, though. General's got the movement speed to make it away, and no tail. He'll be found here. Roger. Actually, not enough damage with the Shadow Realm, but still able to take him out with that further last hit. Mid-one, can you get the kill in return? These Treant blocks from General, giving some space for Roger. Roger pops the Fairy Fire. But the boundless strike comes out. Mid-bottom will pick up another kill in this lane now. 2-0-1 on the Monkey King. Down bottom, Seb and Saxa, once again for the 4th time in the laning phase, finding always one of flyers. They do continue to punish the support of Na'Vi.
Now V2 is a bit alone here. He has the infest, so he should be fine, but taking a little bit of a beating as he is left completely alone down there. And yeah, we're seeing OG. Lanes are still doing pretty well, and mid is fully recovered. Even though Thompson died and Iceberg got that kill gave to him, Thompson's actually ahead in net worth over the puck.
I mean, now sort of comes the point, right? He's got these double Wraith bounces. He's got to be between the lane and the jungle and farming those camps in a way that, as a puck, you're just not going to be able to keep up with Morph at this stage.
Iceberg, he gets himself a DD. No Tail's going to keep chasing it, but stop. Yeah, now Midwin's going to get this free farm top as General can't pressure him unless Roger's there. And this is all things like everything is just evening out and looking pretty decent for OG.
Looking to maybe jump tops and mid, but he's keeping enough HP up that it's going to be hard. Already starting to shift, Jet. They can't quite do it between the two of them at this stage. He's going to be fine. Bottom lane, charge. It's going to be held off. Continue on to V-Tune.
Dyer's top tower is under attack.
Iceberg's going to look to make a play with the coil. He wants to try and slow down mid one. Knows that he's having a good start on the Monkey King. Wants to make sure that this first use of the free coil is on to the carry of OG. Bottom lane.
Always want to fly again.
It looks like he'll go down once more. Another kill for Seb, dominating 4-0-1. Strong start for him. Same time up top, Iceberg. The gank will be successful. And on to mid one, and able to punish him whilst the rest of OG are making that move down bottom. So that time round, Na'Vi at least able to do something with the time that was taken by OG to kill off Always Wanna Fly for yet another time. They know that mid one's alone, and they punish that.
Yeah, I like the big usage of the double ultis there. The puck coil plus the Wrath of Nature. Thompson, harassment mid, but he'll be fine. And yeah, we're seeing V2, he's not getting slowed down per se, but he is playing into a game that does feel much harder this time around as a lifestealer. He's versus so many different counters. There's 2 different BKB piercing disables, but 3 actually if you include the Earth Splitter. Actually, no, yeah, 3, sorry, including the Earth Splitter. And he has to just deal with National Hero matchups. The Morphling and the Monkey King, phenomenal versus lifestealer in the game. So OG, I feel like they've done a really good job, and as things progress, that lifestealer is not going to look as scary.
Well, we've got 10-minute runes coming in. Roger and General, they're looking to fight mid one up top. Mid one will be able to pick up the rune. Curse Crown connects to the Bramble, as well as Always Wanna Fly, turning up with a magic missile. They'll take down mid one.
Back-to-back deaths.
Over with the invis. Be able to grab the rune and get to hit the 6. Much the Saxa could do here.
Mid one can't TP out to lanes now, though. 30 seconds. It'll still be on cooldown actually about for 20 when he does respawn. So top tower. This should be a good movement for Na'Vi to actually pressure this one here.
Yeah, they're really doing the job of slowing down mid one.
Dyer's locked down.
He did manage to find him, was keeping on top of him during that invis. Dreamcore's going to be dropped down from Iceberg, only onto Saxa. And with the Nature's Wrath, if they got enough to get the kill, they don't. Saxa's going to be fine for now. Iceberg has to jump away as OG has the 4 of them moving in on him mid.
Dyer's top tower is under
not bringing their
attack.
forces here in Na'Vi. They're really looking to take that tower top, but they want to defend this mid tower. They got to bring like at least 3-4 heroes here to stop this.
Roger.
Pull roots and run.
Terrorize, keeping it held on to General. TPing over, and with that presence of the Prophet.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Willow, it's just a little too much for OG to push into now, so keep the tier 1 mid alive. Mid 1 back on the map. He's moved down bottom, trying to take the tier 1 down here.
Is under attack.
TP's from Na'Vi being used towards mid. We'll see if they do actually turn and try and hold that bottom lane.
No coil for 20 because Iceberg's using it there, though.
Is under attack.
Does look like they're going to give up the tower for free, and just also lingering around the mid area, just kind of waiting for something to happen. OG
tower has
getting more out of the map there as they split away, finish up the level 6. No Tail, he now has his BKB piercing disabled with the Nether Strike in mid. Trying for Thompson.
They're trying to go for that. They've got the bedlam damage, but Thompson able to time it with the crown, so he's outbound. Strike on the 2 of the mid one's in. Multiple ways of getting out. Unless he gets caught out by the charge. Won't be the case, though, as no Tail. Held back by the Brambles.
Slayer's here.
That's the timing for V-Tune. So Armlet's done. V-Tune's going to be a lot happier turning up the fight. In fact, here we go. The Dream Core down onto the 2 of the mid one. He's going to snap it straight away. The Terrorize comes out. V-Tune's able to clean up the Monkey King. Now he's going to turn over towards Seb. Seb, Cursed Crown. He's trying to get himself back up towards the tower. Nice jukes around the Bramble. Gets him underneath the tier 1 and away from danger. Seb will live. But we're starting to see the plays come out now that the 6 has been hit. Roger, that combo with Iceberg, it's going to be incredibly disruptive to play against. I mean, Driven Coil and Terrorize, there's not really much that OG's heroes can do against that at this point of the game.
Yeah, even just a swap, too, can come in as well. We saw Always Want to Fly was in position for it, too, if he did have an opportunity to get in range. Yeah, it's always going to be an element in this game, pre-BKBs, that they're going to have to be worried about. And it's, Blink on Puck so early on. Iceberg, he's going to get the action off every single time. And we have to imagine that in the further states, it's going to be a Lifestealer infested him in most of these ganks, too. So the damage, the pop is going to be very high.
And look at this as well for Vichin. Are you a fan of this one? Armlet into Skadi. You're against a Morph, you're against a Monkey King. What more could you ask for?
Yeah, it's, his damage potential is going to be a lot lower because of it, but hey, the longer the fights go, this is going to make him a lot stronger. We'll see if it pays off. It might be an item that ends up just being kind of useless in a way. But it feels like it'll be good.
Monkey King and a Morph, though, right?
Yeah.
It's going to be incredibly annoying having that slow as he stays on top of you.
It feels like it should be pretty strong, yeah. It's a really awkward Lifestealer item, though.
Yeah, I guess it depends how much he gets after it all, but still, I don't know, 40% reduction of the lifesteal on the Jingu.
Yeah. I mean,
and of course,
it sounds amazing. They get the chains done.
Very nicely done there with the cogs. Keeping that constant disable onto Iceberg, taking him out. And that should be enough for OG to finish off this tier 1 mid.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Without the puck up and the Dream Core to start things, likely that Navi's going to be able to push them away.
Pretty big mistake by Navi, not being prepared for that move there. They had everything. And they were even sitting around the mid area with Always Want to Fly. I actually didn't see if he backed up for a smoke or something, but I felt like that was a situation where they should have at least saved Iceberg and given away the support life. That's pretty huge momentum for OG. Now they can look to punish as the downtime is here.
Vichin's the big one. Kind of a hard hero to catch.
Yeah.
Want to go for it? They're not going to step up into this triangle.
All 5 of Navi.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Max level silence with this Blink Dagger. Thompson. Still no Manta. He's very susceptible to get burst. No-Till's ready to break the smoke.
Straight over. Looking for Thompson, but they'll turn towards No-Tell instead. The hook shot comes across. No-Tell caught in the root. He's taken out. Can they find more? Nature's Wrath coming around. All of them. Mid one's going to jump over the Fear. Pushing back Saxa. Vichun steps in onto the clockwork, trying to chase him down, but Saxa's too fast. Saxa's able to step out away. And now Vichun's got to run. He's got the armlet toggles. Is he going to be able to toggle his way through this? He's trying. He's doing a good job with it as well, but it's not quite good enough. As OG will claim it.
Under attack.
They might even get chased. Thompson, he's looking for more. They can't find it, but
Radiant's top tower
feels they're forced to do because they have the smoke, they have their blink, they have all these different abilities up, but it's in such an aggressive place. OG's so ready for it. The 2 supports perfectly prepared.
Yeah.
And then Thompson, when he's playing versus Puck, we see what he can do. If he's not targeted, he gets the morph off, and then he has absurd catch. He has a silence for the Lifestealer. He has different ways to get on these targets. Over-aggressive move by Navi gets real punished.
As they can keep Thompson safe. Thompson into these fights is going to be able to clean up pretty big.
Yeah, they have to initiate on him. I feel like in most of these fights, it has to be Iceberg jumping on either the Morphling or on the Elder Titan. He can't start on the Spirit Breaker or the Clockwork. If I see him getting, if he gets the coil on those 2, the fight's probably going to start disasters for them. He has to get on top of these two big heroes in the back.
And they've spotted General. General in a whole lot of trouble there. They're charging in. Thompson looking to burst him. Always Want to Fly with the swamp to the side. General still going to get hit by the ult of No-Tail. And now Always Want to Fly. He'll die as well. Saxon and Seb running down.
Both accurate.
Some scrappy moves here from Na'Vi, getting punished by OG. As OG, they're turning into the killers here in game 2.
Every time they see somebody, No-Tail gives them the vision with the charge.
Silence.
They can burst Iceberg. They are in. Thompson, nice moves, turning into the puck there to utilize Iceberg's silence against himself. The Fear just set up for Vichun to take No-Tail. Again, the cause of OG, they're able to walk away. Very, very nice fast moves there from Thompson. That Master's just got a blinker. Are going to cause issues for Iceberg. Anytime he's in with the Stolen Waning Rift, he'll be able to set up for that puck kill very easily.
Yeah, he didn't. You could see he was like, "Wait, what? What just happened to me?" You could tell he was totally panicked. He was just trying to predict around the charge play. Nice plays from Thompson and OG again as, yeah, we're really starting to see them kick off here. And we're starting to see, Na'Vi lineup is starting to fall apart here.
Incoming!
Not general, but they'll back away. Yeah, the two supports are just having a lot harder time this game, just moving around, in particular with their offlaner. Always want to fly. He's up to 8 deaths this game as the Venge.
Yeah, and we're seeing just in comparison to game one, cores like mid one just having such a different game. This time, mid one, despite the fact that they're down those few times up top, his item timings are still strong. He's got a BKB, and now in the mid, they're ready for the setup. Always want to flies in with a save. He tunes out of harm's way, and OG won't push forward anymore.
Na'Vi can't lose. They can't lose these next few fights. They have a puck on their team with a blink dagger. Like, this guy's not going to be farming at all. If Na'Vi loses like fight, I feel like this game just might be almost unwinnable for them. OG has a triple core that's farming super well. Na'Vi has a slight dual core. Like, Puck is not a hero that scales very well at all. The only thing he can really do is go for Ags, which he is queuing up, but yeah, I'm already feeling pretty concerned for Na'Vi if they don't start really kicking up the pace. And yeah, OG's already got the tools to actually fight into them. BKB and Manta are finished on the 2 big cores.
Oh yeah, they're ready to fight any opportunity, OG.
Uh-oh. Yeah, this is looking real hard for Na'Vi.
Na'Vi's players here. G. Mid.
They've got the vision down already too, OG. Everyone here claimed around the sidelines too. Roger.
And it's off.
So be careful.
Go charge. Onto Vici. They're going to try and start things here on the lifesteal. He needs help and he needs a quick. Always want to fly. He's able to get him with the swap, but the Wukong's command is down. Dream Coil is in there, but Vici still trapped. He's jumped into the creep for the Infest. He's trying to get away from mid one and Thompson, and he will be able to do so. He'll live. So all in all, I mean, only losing the Venge there is probably the best outcome that the Na'Vi could have hoped for from that.
But they had to use Coil defensively. They had to just being forced defensively. And OG, now they're just going to back up, farm the whole map. Yeah, this is looking extremely difficult. They haven't been able to find pretty much any pickoffs with their Blink and Fest combos. They haven't found anything with their Orchid of General either.
Yeah,
and like we said, there's already counters. Like OG, they've already got all the counters to deal with these things too.
We're seeing, of course, Thompson, I imagine, going for the Ags. I mean, what's he going to be? What sort of plays is he looking to make with the Ags this game as the Mortar?
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
I mean, he can always just turn into the Willow anyway, so I guess the Ags just gives him the actual Willow benefit for the attack speed out of Shadow Realm.
Bottom.
Iceberg.
Save him with the swap, the stomp.
Oh.
He's going to be dodge, hook shots in though, and they've got him again.
And next the charge.
See what they can get here. I just want to fly. Straight upon OG, just the 5 of them running in onto him. And it is really starting to look a little rough here for Na'Vi. Down 3k, but just the fact, as you said, that the cores that are in play. Iceberg 3, 4, and 2. Such a different game for him this time around on the puck in comparison to what he was able to do on the Doom last game.
B-Tune should be able to get away. He's very close to his base. But yeah, we're seeing Na'Vi's just forced into their base. We're not seeing, they're unable to really make any moves. And always want to fly is just, he's just dying. He's unable to do anything as his Venge this game. His 10 deaths is just, oof.
Yeah, I think if anything, it's almost surprising that OG isn't further ahead in gold, with the way that the game's going. It feels like Na'Vi should be further behind in terms of what they're picking up. But I guess just as it's been, General has been able to find space while this is going down. And Feature is still hitting those timings as he's top of the board. He's got the Skadi complete. They're going to look to make a move with this, but against Action in position to push up for the smokes. They'll jump in upon him. If they can take him down, but the Cogs are out. They're ready to fight this, Roger. Let's get the fear out onto a few of them. Vici cutting his way out. The Cogs, he's got to get out of here. Doesn't want to find the wounds. They'll leave. Always want to fly behind again.
Structures are fortified.
Every time, it's just it's the supports. It's either the Clockwork or the Spirit Breaker breaking the smoke, getting coiled, and they don't care. If they die, it's great. V2 unable to get into the action, unable to get into the backlines every time, and OG, they're just getting these items that are just going to full counter and further counter this lifestealer.
Yep. It's going to be a very hard game indeed for V-Tune. Despite the fun that he does have, a lot to deal with. Mid one closing in on the MKB. And of course, Thompson, once that Ags is out, the fun is going to start for him. As you mentioned, almost certainly down to just being able to utilize that Ags Willow benefit.
Yeah, I was wondering if maybe he turns into like the ET and stuff for the Spirit combo.
Because if you do turn into the ET and get the Astral out and bring it back, you still maintain the Astral damage buff whilst it's within you, and do you also get you get the rage of it?
Do you get the BKB of it? I actually don't think I've seen this.
I think you probably do, right?
I think there's a buggy interaction with it, but I mean, we'll see. Because I remember there being a weird interaction with it where you don't technically have the buff.
Oh, well, when you're in the morph,
so when you
actually turn back to morphling.
We'll see, because I've seen it. It was bugged for a bit, but we'll see if it actually does work. I mean, we'll see if it even gets
Coming in.
Navi,
Stay in silence.
trying to get the position in here.
Jump. So they can burst this, but Mid-One's quick with the BKB. They can't take him down, and now with Notail charging it over towards Vichun. Vichun, he's going to look towards Notail, see if he can find the Spirit Breaker. Notail's able to be saved, though, with the Glimmer. He's alive. He's able to get the ult off onto Vichun. Notail does still fall. Terrorize still being held onto by Roger. As Vichun, he's going to need some help. He's going to need it quick. In it comes. Thompson Manta dodges the Terrorize. He'll be able to stand his ground. Help Mid-One take down Vichun. Over to General they go. Seb's able to cancel the TP with a stomp. And a stomp it really is turning into as once again OG winning these team fights. Na'Vi desperately trying to come out, hunt for action, but they're just too far behind, it seems, as they just cannot enable this lifestealer right now. There's too many hazards in the game.
Yeah. I honestly, like, there's a lot of times where I know people always, I've seen them like talking about how Mid-One doesn't buy BKB. Mid-One bought BKB this game and it was perfect. Like there's literally nothing Na'Vi can do. They can't target the two cores. They just have to keep settling for supports that they try to catch and they just keep getting slammed in the fights over and over again. Great item choices coming out from OG.
Oh, I love this part.
Making this one look much easier. And it's just feeling like, you know, they're forcing Na'Vi to make these errors, but Na'Vi, they have to try to do something. They know that they're just getting outscaled.
Yeah. Absolutely. I mean, Vichun, they're still trying his best to hold his position up there, but he's being taken over by both Mid-One and Thompson. And if the game continues to go as it has been, he's going to fall further behind. Kills are just going to become even harder and harder for Na'Vi to find. Considering just how big OG's heroes are getting. There it is, Thompson done. It's on its way out.
Sweet.
So now we get to see what sort of magical plays Thompson wants to dance around the team.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
With my thanks.
Alrighty.
The seeds of waters rise.
Oh, he also has Spirit Break. He has the Bulldoze as well.
So he wants to use the Bulldoze.
God.
I mean,
I forgot about that one too.
I guess the
70%
Bulldoze
status resist. And you get the charge cooldown down to 6.
All right, yeah.
He's going to get a CDR talent as well.
Attack.
Okay, that's waving cooler.
Oh, here we go.
I forgot about the Bulldoze one. I remember they talked about it at TI last year.
I mean, how do you stop him when he's bulldozed?
It's 70% status reduction on a Morphling. Like, there's just no way you stop him. Oh, I forgot about that one.
My thanks.
Fun.
Incoming.
As into Roche they go. Na'Vi cannot do anything about it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. The Dire have reinforced
Have to
their
just attempt to play the farm game as we've seen. You know, in general, that's all he's really been trying to do. He knows this is
Dire's
literally
middle
the best thing
tower
that
is
he can do is
under
really just get
attack.
farmed on this Nature's Prophet to try to scale. They have the Ags at least on the puck, so I feel like Iceberg, he's at his absolute peak now of strength. And I don't know if they're going to be able to fight back. They do at least have a DD and V-Tune's bottle for the next fight, but it's definitely going to be a hard one.
Let's see what they had to. Na'Vi keeping themselves close to one another around mid. Charging on Iceberg. In from across the map.
Look how far back they have to play. Only V-Tune can show his face at the moment.
Yeah, for defending these tier 2s is going to be pretty impossible for Na'Vi.
Yep. Nice stack by Roger. You know, that's a good usage of your time. He stacks the enemy Ancients for V-Tune to farm at the 27-minute mark, so some neutral items too available. And nothing else you could do, right? As here's the charge coming in from the north wing.
Always want to fly. The Manta dodge as well. No chance for a magic missile connection as Thompson.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
General is probably even... Now that's 2 Spirit Breakers you're playing versus Nature's Prophet. The bane of your existence already. Now there's double.
Tower is under attack.
Roger, trying to cut some waves here. And he's going to get hook shot. Very well, Roger.
Impossible.
It's getting messy.
Flares here.
It's getting rough here for Na'Vi. This is OG. I mean, they're certainly getting their revenge for what happened in game one.
Tower is under attack.
Game one absolutely just a Na'Vi show through and through. Here in game 2, it's sort of back to business here for OG.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
It's so weird how it's only a 7k gold lead, but it feels like it's like a 30. It feels like a 25,000 gold lead or more. Yeah.
Just because of it just feels like within the last 15 minutes, Na'Vi haven't really been able to make a move that's worked out at a net game for them.
Yeah. They're just countered. They just can't kill the core heroes at all. Like the Lifestealer or the Monkey King and the Morphling will never die. They can kill these support heroes, maybe.
Gather round.
No, they can't.
But now General is a little bit close. They do get the shot clock to the side. Now BKB's out from mid when he steps over towards General. Thompson zips in with a waveform. Turns into always want to fly. Choose the magic missile against him. As always want to fly. Will be chased down by the 2 of them. For mid one.
I could do this all day.
They're due on the side.
Maybe
Try
Seb.
see if they can take down Seb. Have they got the damage to do so? They will.
Okay.
They'll take him out. The Wukong's command is down, but Vijay is able to step to the side, get away from this all. He's looking to try and run away from the 2 of them. They're in. Silence out. Very nicely done by Roger. Who had the glimmer. One safe. The dust is out, but Vijay caught out by the Boundless. Burst down. They've got the silence on the hotel. They will manage to get another, but now General's got to run. Mid one and Thompson, they're hunting. Is there anything Iceberg can do to help? As General, he gets the sprout off. Trying to use the treants to block them away, but Thompson turns into the Monkey King. Some double Monkey King action coming in as they both pounce in onto General. Just yet again, it's just one of those games where Thompson and Midboy farm, and they're just not going to die now.
They're looking for Midwood. Trying to be sneaky here. He's juking the brambles.
Got the coil back up. They also have the Bedlam damage. Hookshot holds Roger to the side, though. Can he get in onto Mid-1? It doesn't matter. Mid-1's BKB's back up and ready to pop. As Mid-1 holds his ground, godlike on the Monkey King.
And that's V2, and he turned up with a DD. He's able to get the quick kill onto Seb, but afterwards, no further control. And they just, like we said, the 2 heroes that have just so many different things to play around and just great core matchups, they dance on him. Thompson turns into Venge, stuns him, just keeps swapping around between heroes and has extra forms of control even more for this Lifestealer.
Pretty much got the Satanic done. So even if they do get caught by these Dream Coil combos, which potentially would have been the strongest part of Na'Vi's lineup, he's almost certainly not going to die during them, even with Vichin on top of it. Lane Thompson lies in the rage to hold his ground against Vichin. Given a good bit of a punch back, but just not the lockdown to stop Thompson from being able to get away every single time.
I mean, we see like V2, and he's still very far. Like even his items, like he's got the Deathslow, the Scott, he's got an Orb of Destruction too, so even more fun. Some slow and some extra minus armor, but it's just you feel the rest of the lineup not being well rounded around him versus what they're up against.
He's just got to carry so hard against the lineup that's got two carries. They're in an incredible spot right now. 17k, 16k.
There's an easy one if they can get him here.
Well, they'll jump in. Get out the back, but Sags are coming in with a hook shot. Always want to fly, swapping Vichin off to the side. Allows him to walk back in with a rage. Take down Seb. Now,
here goes the initiation. No-tail's in.
Charging over. There's going to be a buyback from Seb. No-tail controlling Vichin here with the ultimate. Vichin still trying to run over to the side. Mid one of Sags, so they'll run down the easy kill. Looks always want to fly. They'll get him. Doesn't mean that Vichin's grants the space to retreat. He will live. Yet another death, and he's starting to hit those ridiculous numbers here on the support deaths. 16 deaths on Always Want to Fly this game, and the game's not over yet.
Middle tower is
I think he's been dead more than alive this game.
Coming in.
OG, no mercy for Always Want to Fly.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Towards the high ground now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Looks like Radiant closed the blast doors.
I guess that's the Spirit Breaker voice line that Thompson just used.
Oh, I guess it is, isn't it? That's smart. That's the big play there with the more function as they're into the base. V-Tune trying to turn, but the charge fire will catch him. Rage will now come to an end. But the Dream Coil out. Do they have the combo? Wukong's command to swap onto Midwall, but he's still in the ult. So the command keeps on going. Kills off Always Want to Fly yet another time. Thompson diving in, finds Iceberg close to the fountain. They'll turn onto Thompson. He manages, but the fear's there. So then they're taking him out. Thompson down for 90. Now look towards Midwall. Midwall trying for the TP out, but the magic.
It's a long one.
They're going to be able to kill him. The TP not able to finish in time. In general, he's already out on the map searching for more. Looking at what Seb brings V-Tune in. Seb trying to get the TP out, but V-Tune's got the damage. V-Tune, he just killed each and every core of OG. Seb's dead, Mid-One's dead, Thompson's dead, and guess what, Fog? None of them have got buyback. They're dead for a full over a minute. Navi's just been given an opportunity to turn this around. OG was diving the base. They hadn't taken any tier 3s. They hadn't even taken the tier 2s on the side lanes.
They got punished for what? Quad buyback? 3x buyback at least from Navi? And yeah, V2, and he's able to hold his ground. I actually could not believe. I was just like watching them just sticking on the targets.
Middle tower is under attack.
Now, General.
They should be able to get the profit here, but maybe V-Tune and Always Want to Fly could clean some of them up. No-Tail trying for the TP out, but the swap's there. The opens wounds.
Dyer's bottom
onto
tower is
V-Tune, but the
under
magic
attack.
missiles there, controlling No-Tail. No-Tail trying to charge away. He's running, and in fact, he's just going to go and make it out of there. Charge over towards Mid-Bull, keep him alive. V-Tune trying to chase this, but with a glimmer. And no detection on V-Tune himself. No-Tail will be able to slip away.
They went for both and got neither. They coiled the clockwork, and then the other initiation happens on the Spirit Breaker. Okay. Both supports get a kill and get out on a core when 3 of their cores are dead. Navi can't make that mistake when you finally get a chance to come
Dyer's
back.
middle tower is under attack.
As they don't even get the tier 2 out of it.
No, they did not get as much as I feel they may have hoped for with that timer where all 3 cores of OG were dead. And now the game, of course, falls into, not that it wasn't already, but back into a very scary position for Navi. Because as you mentioned, with all those buybacks being used last fight, they're not going to be here for the next time that OG comes diving them in the base.
No, definitely not. And it was OG definitely feeling themselves a little bit as and was shifting into other heroes, using voice lines from their master tier. And they're just having some fun with it. It did feel. This V-Tune, he's still got the Bastard finished up now too, so he's got a pretty good item timing of now he can actually fight toe to toe with these guys. A little bit more control versus that Morphling and Monkey King. Still feels like it's just him really versus the world, but he's at a pretty decent peak.
It's a very scary 5 minutes for Navi. They lose one of their heroes here. OG's probably going to get the space to just close this game 2 out.
They have potential for a lot of fun plays though on Navi, right? We still have the chances now for like the coil, the swaps, and it's Ag's coil. So these stuns, they last an insane amount of time. They still have the potential for the fear coils as well.
I mean,
so there's still some slight potential.
Because there's also a possibility as well, right? If Navi is able to conduct it in the manner that they have the Puck, the Venge, and Willow back, holding the high ground with their coils, the terrorizers, and whilst the Prophets bringing the lifesteal across the map, but the Deso and the AC, there's a lot of wrap potential from Navi if they find it in these side lanes.
That's definitely fair too. Seb have his Ags finished up yet? Finally. It's taken him quite some time. Yeah, he does have it finished. So now Seb, he's been a little bit more quiet this game. He's then pretty much only beating up Always Want to Fly, it feels like, for the most part. But now he's actually gonna be able to stick on some targets easier with this too. But yeah, still small chances for Navi. It just feels very hard to actually execute it. While OG, I feel like they can just click their buttons and run in.
Yeah,
a lot easier.
It does still feel like the game's in a state where 5-man down the mid from OG could just close it.
Yeah, still very fragile.
Yeah, granted that they do hit the buildings this time rather than go for the base divers. We'll see it here. Just not quite prepared for the buybacks from Navi. Navi were able to get some big kills, some very big kills. In fact, all of them, all the 3 cores. Was that big old timer on the buybacks is quite the expenditure. Definitely a worthy one for Navi. Keeping them in the game. And I've got to try and hold them back for 4.5 more minutes until those buybacks are in a safe spot again.
I want to see them spend their gold, though. You don't have buyback. You might as well spend it. You have 3,000 on Iceberg, 3,000 on Always Want to Fly. Oh, wait, one of them is disconnected. I was going to say 3,000 on Always Want to Fly. That's more. What the hell? We don't see how much. It's the puck. It's the puck's gold.
Yes, I see a trick there. UI.
It confused the hell out of me too.
Yeah, you click on the puck and then you click on him, and it's like, wait.
I was like, where did Always Want to Fly get gold?
For a man that's died 17 times.
I was going to say, he has E-Blade. This is huge. Like,
I mean, I guess the question is that if you're V-Tune, well, V-Tune's got the Monkey King bar queued up. That's what he wants to be getting. Okay, so Iceberg, he's going to queue up the Lincolns.
okay.
I mean that he's less likely to be popped by these combos from Thompson.
Some ways to protect the Lifestealer versus the annoying Nether Strike that's been controlling him most fights. Yeah, any type of small type of any type of things. Just spend your gold because they have no buybacks on those heroes. Of course, we do know that V-Tune, I think him saving gold for buyback definitely appropriate this game.
Yeah, you're right. Because he is the one that did not have to use it.
Yeah.
Na'Vi at least with one extra life to back them up on the high ground defense.
Yeah, and let's see how everything ends up turning out here. The double catapult wave is pushing and hitting that OG tower pretty hard right now. Also those treants from General. And we see him, he's also microing a treant, so he's actually going to cut the wave with one treant so they can actually force somebody back. And now they're going to go. So they forced the hero back, and this is the perfect move for Na'Vi.
Dire's top tower
They can actually find
attack.
a big target here. They have that one ward here. Not giving them any information just yet. They see a rocket.
Stay near.
And now they're C7.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Be able to buy time here as he's jeweled up.
Here I am.
No, Na'Vi in a bit of an old spot. Mid wants to drop down the Wukong's feature, and he's trapped in the cogs. Can he get his way out? Will manage to run away. Always Want to Fly is going to be the distractions. They leave him behind. Feature's actually going to turn over towards No Tail. Can he take down the Spirit Breaker? He can. Feature several people to kill, but there's 3 dead on Na'Vi. None of these heroes with buyback. Feature's trying to run. Can he escape these 4 heroes? It doesn't look like he can. He's surrounded. Feature taken out. And they should be able to just run this down and at least take a couple of sets of barracks away from Na'Vi as they are only able to hold with V-Tune
Radiant's middle tower
and
is
with
under
General
attack.
here for pretty much a minute.
Are fireproof.
So many of these fights just feel like they kick off the same. They blink, they coil the target gets used,
Radiant's
he
middle
lands, all
tower
of OG
is
is there, and
under
they turn the
attack.
fight. Even that time, they finally did do the swap on the Yule's
Radiant's
target. They
middle
actually brought him out of
tower
Yule's,
has
but it wasn't in
fallen.
range to break the coil, and by then OG
Radiant's
was
middle
all in the
barracks
area.
are under attack.
The mid-racks.
Dire's
They feel that
top
they've got
tower
time
is under
to
Radiant's middle
eye up the
barracks.
racks on the bottom
Radiant's
lane.
middle
As the tier
barracks
2
have
is down.
fallen.
They're sweeping over.
Radiant's bottom
V-Tune's still
tower
holding
is
on to his
under
buyback.
attack. Dire's
Maybe
top
just feeling that
tower
without the
is
full
under
lineup
attack.
alive, it's unlikely that he's able to do anything
Radiant's
himself.
bottom tower has
OG.
I think he's
fallen.
pretty right. Yeah, he definitely needs the coil. He needs everything for them to try to do anything.
Barracks have fallen.
No
Radiant's
fountain diving
bottom
this time around
barracks
for
have
OG. They'll
fallen.
play the objectives. Continue to push themselves further and further towards the victory here in this game too. It's 2 sets of racks taken away from Na'Vi.
Roche up, OG. They can pretty much do anything, it feels like, now in this game. Na'Vi, even when they catch heroes isolated, they can't kill them in time.
We do
It really
see
does feel like it.
V-Tune is going for the dream. Going for the
Okay.
dream. He's going for that rapier.
I mean, it does feel like, he needs that and more. As the seconds of rage don't feel like it's enough time for it to kill
Radiant's
targets ever.
courier was caught in the crossfire.
It had so much left to give.
Roshan has fallen to the
Contest here from
dire.
Na'Vi.
Even a
Pick
defensive
it up.
Wukong, just in case for mid one.
There was some good items found here by Na'Vi. I mean, who's going to be taking the Minotaur? Do you think you still hold the Orb of Destruction over anything else on V-Tune, or are some of these later tier items going to be more favourable for the Lifestealer?
Oh god, I don't even know what he needs at this point. It feels like he needs too much. I don't even know what helps him more. He just needs any type of damage. I think this is the best one at the moment.
Damn it, yeah.
Do it with
Yeah.
flair.
Oh, baby. And Thompson, he's picked up some 2 lovely items. A full Daedalus and a Spell Prism.
Oh my god.
So
With
now
the CDR talent.
that bulldoze, it's going to have an incredibly high uptime.
It might be 100% uptime. Okay, 3 second downtime.
And that's pretty much as good as it ever gets, yeah. Roger. Thompson's in with the charge. They take him down. Thompson, he's off to the side with the waveform and also was able to dodge the Dream Coil with that waveform. Goes towards General. General is trying to run with the Minotaur Horn. Turns and with the disarm, but he's already been beaten out. Seb punches down Always Want to Fly. V-Tune is on the retreat, but they're going to come hunting for him. The charge. Thompson can find him. She's still running.
Courier has been
The Rage up in a second. Hook shot off the mark.
He's bashing
The
him.
charges, the bashes. V-Tune has nothing to stay alive here. As OG, 26k up now, 45 to 23. As again, as we saw, just Na'Vi brought the battle in game 1, and OG, they were able to rise to the challenge here in game 2, as it's looking increasingly more and more impossible for Na'Vi to turn this one around.
Radiant's top
Thompson's just having
tower is
fun now.
under attack.
As Monkey King plus Morphling, he just jumped across the whole map in a matter of seconds.
No, he's living the dream. He can essentially just play 2 of his favorite heroes.
It's actually so crazy because you get the cast
Radiant's
range
top tower
from
is
the
under
your
attack.
Aghanims and everything, and just being able to morph. So the Scepter
Yeah.
bonus cast range, it actually feels like he has the Monkey King
Radiant's
talent.
top tower
The
has
primal
fallen.
tree dance cast range. He's
Radiant's
just
top
jumping
tower
from the
is
same
under
distance.
attack.
Spring already?
Stay near.
Here comes some buybacks. Roger.
Oh, mid
On
one.
the side, they do get the coil. Swap as
They
well.
snap
They've
it.
managed to find out mid one. Can they burst him before he's able to achieve with the Satanics? They are able to do so. They kill him off. Thompson's in on the general, Roger. But the Terrorize doesn't catch Thompson, though. Thompson's alive. V-Tune turns towards Saxa. Saxa's pretty tanky, though. V-Tune trying his best to kill him off, but he can't do so. The Stomp comes in from Seb, and the follow-up Meteor Hammer's there as well. V-Tune taken out by the charge by as Roger, who does manage to bring down the Morphos, but they're calling it. V-Tune's dead for 2 minutes. They know they cannot hold this any longer as OG. They really do punch back up in this game 2 after being beaten down in game 1. And they'll be able to take down Na'Vi here. No trouble at all. Some fantastic performances across the board. I mean, I think the big sort of turnarounds really were
time that they've played it. It kind of goes away from their style a little bit, so you would have to assume, unless it's going to be some freaky OG style where they 5 or something stupid like that, but it's going to be the Thompson hero carrying the game, you would think, because Lifestealer again is excelling at that 20 to 30. OG, they're all about the 40 if they can get.
Yeah.
5 seconds
Well, I
remaining.
think they still
Dire
have
team
to
ban.
make sure that let Lifestealer get farmed. Like if this year is different to Monkey King, just Monkey King can actually utilize as like a disabler, but like Lifestealer is like if you're behind, it's just
you got nothing.
you don't hit hard. So.
Yeah.
So does that mean that you're expecting more heroes around this
10
life field
seconds
to
remaining.
enable him a little bit, rather than them just having 5 heroes that can just constantly
5
run it?
seconds
At
remaining.
least not letting him die alone, like how they did for me one last game. Like let Monkey King just handle the top. Like your mission is don't let this Furion Nature's Prophet to first
Radiant
tower.
team
I think that
ban.
was his mission, and he did it. And I think their first tower trade was really efficient last game.
I think it was mid tower as well, wasn't it?
Yeah, they
Or-
got mid and bottom tower.
bottom tower, yeah. Mid one basically solo pushed that bottom tower down. And the thing with OG, it's kind of similar to the secret effect where it's not confirmed where this Nature's Prophet can be. It could very well
10
be no
seconds remaining.
It's not like they've pigeonholed themselves into one role.
5 seconds remaining.
We've seen Secret pick up things like the Wind Ranger, for example. Thompson likes playing that hero as well. Darksa plays it plenty of times, and it gives you that guaranteed lockdown. You can pick off anyone on the map.
Dire team ban.
And is this Ricky ban worth it?
I mean, it kind of means that if they go the Ricky mid again, they can pick up the
Radiant team
Tusk after
ban.
Saksa, and that does punish the Doom. As we said in game number 1, that's what we were expecting coming in from Saksa, but Seb was the one that picked it up, and they couldn't punish him, right?
It's like, well, I'm very sure that Ricky and Tuskar can't really kill like against Doom. Like once he's like level 4,
10 seconds
5,
remaining.
he gets Devour. I don't think, and because the mid tower has a really
5
short
seconds remaining.
range from the mid tower.
You
Yeah,
can
Dire
easily run
team
I think
that
that's the
back,
reason why OG that pathway.
Mm.
I wanted to see that. I feel like there was like a lot better hero to ban if you're mid. Like
What are we thinking for the Doom counters in lane then? You know, the Ursa, the Monkey King, they could even put the last
10
field mid as
seconds
Matt said as
remaining.
well. Is there anything as a 1-to-1 direct counter for this Doom that
5
forces
seconds
Iceberg,
remaining.
or even General if he's one up to have a bad
Dire
lane? Because
team
right now the
pick.
last field's already a good lane, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you're OG, you would love to be able to play, for example, the Lina into it. So there's the value of picking that in order. You would love to play the Magnus into the Doom a lot of the time, but already removed, of course. Hero's a bit out of the meta, and it's really not a Thompson hero. Is like the Dragon Knight, of course.
10
if you're getting
seconds
Doom, you're always
remaining.
able to stay relevant with your regen. So I don't know,
5
maybe some other
seconds
kind of
remaining.
flash hero. I think even the Nature's Prophet mid is okay. Too bad. What? I think like where's OG going to go with their draft from here, and what are they lacking? Right now, you've got some good lockdown on Na'Vi. You know, get a Centaur creep, you've got a Infernal Blade, you've got the stun. No lockdown right now on OG's side, so I think they're going to go into a couple of stuns here. Maybe even a Rubik, possibly. You know, it's something that Saksa plays a little bit. It's not quite as active as some of his other heroes, but you've got the Nature's Prophet that's going to be fulfilling.
I think dominating the lane is like the first priority in this series. Like a first game, Navi got like a lot of advantage in the lanes, and then that like snowballed into
Radiant
tier 1
team
tower,
pick.
tier like
Tusker.
and
Okay.
Tusker.
Tusk's fine, yeah.
Tusk plus 1 good DPS hero.
I mean, Bloodseeker might not be terrible here. You know, if you've got a Doom that's just trying to run after people, rupture him. Suddenly, all of that effectiveness is gone. It pairs together reasonably with the Tusk, you know. Easy
10
kill lane
seconds
as well
remaining.
if they're out of position even once.
I think we saw that like a Lifestealer versus Bloodseeker
5
matchup,
seconds
the
remaining.
safe lane versus offlane, and Lifestealer did pretty well.
Mm.
Like, the Bloodseeker didn't get to get a game.
So who was playing it, though?
Yeah.
Who was playing that? Yeah, I'm going to have a look back at my
It
notes
was
and see if I can figure it out.
Collapse. Collapse was playing Bloodseeker, and I think V-Team played the.
Was this
Lifestealer.
before or after he changed his name to QO in his pubs?
I have no idea. I think it is after, but
So,
Dire team pick.
okay, the Jakiro, just something nice and safe. A little ordinary for Na'Vi, it has to be said, but again, it's more lockdown. Say, like, normally they might try and look into something like Spectre, but they've already got the Doom and have already got the Lifestealer, so probably not going to go down that route. Omni Knight, potentially, still in the pool to
10
deal with a lot of
seconds
these
remaining.
stuns, but I don't know how
I think
easy a
OG
time.
is drafting
5
like
seconds
Navi
remaining.
already. like both this Lina or Doom at mid, it's not gonna do much. I mean, I think OG has planned for it. If it's a Lina mid, they have Nature's Prophet and Tusker just like jumping onto the Lina. And if it's a Doom mid, I think Tusker plus like one of these good pops in. They already have this mid solved out.
Yeah.
So I think as long as they're securing safe lane and off lane, you look pretty scary for Na'Vi.
That you'd expect more of a no-tail hero to come out here from OG, something like a Treant Protector to try and secure up that safe lane quite a lot. But
Zeus, global strat.
Zeus.
I think this Nature's Prophet can be a 5. Like, they're not locked into anything by any means on it. So it's normally Seb's hero that they go with to round out the draft. And I mean, what have we got left? We've got Enigma available, but probably not against all these stuns that Na'Vi have. They've got a good amount of AoE as well, which is always a little bit scary. And be punished somewhat. The Elder Titan band, yes it is. Bat Rider is still available, which might not be terrible.
His Treant.
I mean, again, Bloodseeker's not bad for OG. I think it's fine. I don't think we've seen the Blood Rage onto a Zeus used to its full potential yet. You're able to just scout out, get people nice and low. Thunder God's Wrath into the Wrath of Nature, into Speedy Boy. So
yeah.
It's very doable.
And it's like one of the lane solver. Like, I think you can lane against 80%, 90% of any character.
Radiant team ban!
Can like outlast hit this.
Spectre. Okay. So probably, I mean, I want to say they're leaving Iceberg's hero to last, but right now it feels like, as you guys said, if they put this Doom in the safe lane, General's not going to have a fun time.
I would say a bit less likely for that, right? Because Na'Vi don't have the last pick over. I don't think they ever want to paint themselves into that corner. Yes, you probably know that this Zeus is going to be the mid lane matchup that you've got against you, but there's still so many things that could counter the hero pool.
I think it's completely fine from Na'Vi. Like, even if you put Lina mid or like a Doom mid, they're not gonna have face like a too much difficult.
5 seconds remaining.
Zeus and Tusker. I'm expecting more of Doom mid. I think it's a lot more safer choice. But yeah, like as long as like they secure, like I was that like pick on Zeus, like that's a little surprising for me.
Do you feel like it's not good enough?
Yeah.
Just yet?
10 seconds remaining.
It depends, right? Like, it depends how the laning stage goes. It depends who hits their level 6 first.
5 seconds
who's
remaining.
just able to run you over. There's really not that much that they can do. Sure, they've got the Nature's Prophet that can be in, and the Tusk as well is going to be able to save from any sort of super deep dives. But it's always scary to have that global presence, and of course, the Spectre able to just get right in onto those backlines. It's going to have a hard time dealing with that. Probably doesn't want to itemize defensively at all. Although we've seen Thompson go for like...
Dire team ban!
They get rid of the Seb Enigma here, get rid of the Void Spirit on the side of OG.
Radiant
Also,
team pick!
what are we thinking here, lads? Is it more likely to be General's hero that they're going to pick up here? Something, I feel like they need a bit of Initiator, right? They've got a decent front line with the Doom so far.
I wish they just pick General's hero here.
So what do you want then, Kuro? What are you thinking? What's bouncing around in your head right now?
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, what have they got to stop it? Really?
Nothing.
No.
You don't think it's going to be
I
able
think
to
it's
shot
just
waves now?
because of the laning phase. Lifestealer against...
Dire
I
team
think it's not that bad, but...
Okay.
Slaughter. Yeah, like they're just... I even forgot like there was a Slaughter in the pool.
Yeah, we've seen it picked in the first phase all these times.
You're versing against Lifestealer and like Slaughter is still alive.
Yeah,
Okay.
not a great win rate over the tournament though. Like, cent or so. It's really fallen out of favor, but this is the time where it can actually be, right? When you're able to round out the draft, able to get this lane domination, and of course,
5 seconds
another stun
remaining.
to layer on top of everything.
But it really only works like if Na'Vi gets their favor. Like that perfect 2v2 matchup with Lifestealer +1 versus Slaughter +1. And as long as he can get all this like good last hit for 10 minutes, then I think this hero is worth it. But if you're versing against OG, you never know what they're gonna be doing with his laning, with the rotation. Like they tend to do like very surprising moves. So if they somehow lock down this Slaughter, I think it's a little greedy drop from like now.
Do you feel like that OG should be putting a lot of emphasis on winning these lanes coming in against Na'Vi, because otherwise it gets to a point where they can't battle against them?
Yeah, and I'm sure they're just never gonna do that like Lifestealer against the Slaughter with the 2v2. Like
Gonna be the final.
Choose your hero!
So, yeah, I mean, it's pretty safe. They didn't have anyone that wanted, right? So it is No Tail playing the position 5 Nature's Prophet, as we were expecting. And This time around, Seb is not playing the Tusk. It's on Saxa. I prefer this much more. You're going to see him roaming through. I think it's the mid lane where this game is going to be won or lost, right? Who's going to have the better time? Is it going to be Iceberg getting that early point of Doom, able to Zeus, or will the rotations come from No-Tail and Saxa and enable Thompson?
Yeah, I think this is like either 50-50
This
or
is
60-40 like Na'Vi favor, in my opinion.
So you feel like Na'Vi has a slight edge coming out of this draft, Kua?
Yeah, like I don't think Iceberg can really die against.
It's going to be hard, that's for sure.
All right, lads, predictions before we head into game number 3.
I'm an OG fanboy, but I'm going to go with Na'Vi.
What about you, Kua? I need something. Give me something, son.
Yeah, I think I have to go with Na'Vi.
All right, so it looks like both my boys here on the panel are starting to bleed yellow a little bit here in game number 3 between Na'Vi and OG. So we're going to hand over to our casters. It's going to be Odie Pixel and Fog.
There we go, ladies and gentlemen. The deciding game 3 now between OG and Na'Vi. And Fog, what do we reckon about these? Big thing that sticks out to me is that, of course, this game, OG have let Na'Vi get that Iceberg Doom once again.
Prepare
Last time
to
they were
battle.
suffering a little bit on damage, I felt. I see these last 2 picks address that damage concern that I did have a little bit. Zeus and Underlord, percent-based damage versus Doom, Slardar, Spectre, some tanky cores. I think OG really wanting to double down just to have that extra bit of damage in the mid-game. Yeah, Na'Vi, though, having pretty strong draft overall with their big 4 that's going to be fighting a lot, giving that Spectre that room to farm. I think OG, though, again, I look at it, and just like that last game, I don't think that they're playing cooldown reliant. This is just a lineup that's going to run at you, the usual OG style.
Top. 3 of them here. Start to open things up onto General with the open wounds. Good stun from Roger. Mid one of Saxa back for a little bit.
30 seconds to
Stay on top
battle.
of General, but ways out of there.
Great stun by Roger there. If he's able to get like 1 or 2 hits with the Orb of Venom, they're going to probably get the Slardar with the body blocks that'll come in. Still, they can look to punch in. We're getting to see Na'Vi. They're bringing 4. Now Saxa.
They can get a wrap round. General, that doesn't look like he wants to commit to head back over, secure these bounty runes.
Pushing Saxa away is huge, though, because he's the one that gives them all that extra damage with the tag team. It's actually going to secure them.
Begins!
At least the 1 rune. And we do see V-Tune position himself for the other one, so Na'Vi actually get 3.
3 bounty runes for them. Yeah, getting 2 of them up there top. Saxa having to take the long walk back to safety through Na'Vi's jungle.
Oh, I like that he was starting up top too on Saxa on the Tusk. I think it's always just a great option, especially because your life stealer went for open wounds at the start. Then you would have kill threat. You can get, if Lina walks up out of position, she dies. Slardar even has a risk of dying. Now they see him, so he actually has to move all the way bottom. That might actually hurt OG a little bit.
Yeah, well, we'll see what he's able to do down here, because I imagine that this Spectre Jakiro lane, it's a pretty safe lane from Na'Vi, right? Like, it'll be hard for them to make moves on this Spectre and actually do too much damage to these.
Yeah, oh, they actually get the range creep denied too, and Saxa pop tag team to try to get it. That's pretty big. Always looking at those. Yeah, the Spectre should be just fine. The percent damage is going to be a little annoying to farm under at times, but V-Tune's going to get free farm. We'll probably see always want to fly die once or twice on the side, because you're 290 movement speed hero. Very easy to get caught out from the 2. But top also, the similar kind of action.
Once they start to get the levels on these 2, No-Tail's going to have to be incredibly careful with his positioning. If they get on top of him with the stuns and the bashes, certainly going to be some kill potential up top.
Yeah, he should never be really in position like that, though. This should also be a pretty good lane for mid one, because he has the support of this 5 position Nature's Prophet. And we see No-Tail, he's just microing treants, not letting Roger ever pull the lane or anything like that, just messing with him.
I imagine mid lane, both are going to farm right for Iceberg. This is going to be another game where he gets a free start as the Doom. He's not going to feel too pressured here.
Yep, just free farm Doom and just a free farm Zeus. Yeah. I think OG, they wanted to do this. They just wanted to have a free farming hero that's going to have this amazing mid game. Because now Zeus, you shouldn't get punished. That's the thing. It's like Doom can't really run at you and kill you. as this Zeus. So Thompson should be able to get some very good farm for himself.
Top. Gonna head back to base. Refuel. CS-wise, be very even up here. In fact, yeah. Lanes again. First few waves. Nobody having any great issues.
Not even, actually. Looks like this one might be a little bit of a boring start. Just these supports, we're going to have to watch the positioning of them. Watching always want to fly every time if he gets caught by a shard. Top. Oh, Roger's actually able to get the pull off this time, it looks like. Never mind, No-Tail changed it. It's always the battle of the side pull, as we see in these top lanes. Yeah, Roger gets it off, so there you go. Free XP for General. Pull it all the way back passively. I like the General went for the Gloves of Haste too. The best little items you can get in the laning phase as a Slardar. Some attack speed so you get those bashes going. Nice and quiet.
Yeah, and I guess unlikely that there's really any moves from the supports of Na'Vi. I mean, for OG, is this sort of a game where Saxo looks to make moves on mid, or is just a mid doom just something that you're not really going to have too much success ganking because of how much HP he has early on?
If Sox is going to make the move, I imagine they call No-Tail as well. If they're going to look to make any of those moves on mid, it's 3 heroes. Yeah, it might be a 5-minute rotation on like the catapult wave. Bottom. Get a little bit of damage on always want to fly, but unable to actually kill him. That's the other lane. They still can pose some kill threat, maybe even on the Spectre if there's a rotation from the Nature's Prophet all the way to bottom too. But we see No-Tail has to stay top as mid one. He's getting a little bit pressured from the Slardar. As we see, just because of that nature of the match, you know, Slardar very good versus Lifestealer.
Lando Iceberg, he's going to be in his element again. I mean, already getting quite a lead now with the Alpha Wolf. He's going to have some very easy CS and some denies here against Thompson.
Yeah, actually getting the Alpha Wolf is pretty huge. You're going to see that really kick into play on those last hits. Can't believe he found it again. Pretty lucky.
Speeds up his farming so much.
Yeah, lets him get denies too.
Neutrals.
Yeah. We see though on Thompson, he just does the build that we've seen much more popular now on Zeus's too. Just triple no. You get those nice spell amp plus mana regen.
First blood.
No, just playing farm is top. They actually do get on top of No-Tail. And now mid one.
They hit the level 3s and it's a lot of damage. And mid one, he's yet to hit the 4, so he hasn't got a point in rage. And with that in mind, they can kill him as well. Na'Vi, hot start there on the top lane. Taking down those two.
Top tower is
yeah, I mean, mid one, how much XP was he away from level 3? It was just 4 XP.
4 XP, yeah.
4 XP off it. And you would imagine he would have been looking to have taken the rage there, but didn't quite hit it. As Na'Vi making the move at the perfect time.
And he's missed 5 CS so far. Okay, he won't get that one either. TTP's a little bit slow. They missed at least 5 or 6 last hits up top there. Nice aggressive move. And Tread's now finished on General, so he's at a much stronger pace. And yeah, we see that's why they picked the Slaughter. Slaughter Linux very good versus the Lifestealer in the laning phase. Pittsburgh's actually looking to roam and get a secondary kill. That's a TP that would be on cooldown.
Yeah, this is if you can kill when that TP's gone.
They saw him.
Yeah, they got the ward down. They see all of this. Unlikely, at least they should not be caught out by this Stu movement.
Bounty.
Yeah, Thompson will just get some time to catch back up from this Stu movement. Just going to farm, get his bottle finished up too. Clarities and some wasted time here from Iceberg. Has no going for some courier sniping, but they see it. It's on a creep wave. Yes, to just keep you out, Roger. Can't quite get there with the stun.
He's going to make his way back over towards the mid. It's been scanned out, so do you know where he's heading over?
And the rune spawns bottom. Thompson gets a little bit of RNG in his favor. As they do have a Zeus ult ready. And top, No-Tail.
They're in on him.
Connect,
General's able to close the gap, set things up. He's got an infused raindrop to help him out a little bit, but it won't help enough. As he goes down, same time though, bottom lane, OG able to make use of that first Thunder God's Wrath as they move in, dive the tower to take down the Spectre and the Jakira.
Oh, wow, that's actually pretty massive. Okay. The Underlord's now at 100 bonus damage for the lane. He actually buys himself Tranquil Boots.
Oh, interesting.
I think he forgot to unlock. I think he forgot to unlock.
Tranquil? Yeah, you don't... You like this? You shouldn't need
Dyer's
Tranquil
middle
Boots on an
tower is
Underlord,
under
right? That doesn't really...
attack.
I'm 100% sure he forgot to unlock. To look at his item build, he has Arcane Boots now in his build. He had the Greaves selected. He put the Windlace in the ring. I don't know. Maybe it was just a situation, but...
I mean, okay, it's gone Tranquil Soul Ring. Then the Tranquil
works
makes a
anyway.
bit more sense, right? If you're going Soul Ring, then you need the Tranquils to sort of balance out the health you're using.
Yeah, I mean, it won't hurt too much. I
No.
mean,
It's just interesting to see. I mean, maybe he meant to, maybe he didn't, but he's adapting. The Soul Ring's on its way out.
With me.
Roger
making the moves.
They're in with the tag team. Roger's gone, in fact, still with the snowball and the shards to play. They could try and poke a general, but the Bracer and the Trez just too tanky for them to really target towards one lane. See the Doom getting dropped down. Iceberg makes the move. Is able to get something going back the way of Na'Vi there after Seb is able to outtake the two down on that safe lane. As soon as they're back in, Iceberg helps them swing the lane back in the favor.
up top, General, he's alone and he's getting aggressive. He might get punished here trying to do this.
He might kill Noto. He's going to be able to bring down Noto. He's very tanky. I don't know if these two can quite do it. He's going to be fine. In fact, he's ready to turn towards them. Roger forced the side by mid one. And I mean, at this stage, General's just... He's kind of just too beefy. I mean, you look at the Heroes of OG, they need either really sort of Seb or Thompson to come in to actually kill this Slardar right now.
Yeah, that is true. They actually could not get all on top of him in time. 5-3. Very close. Experience leading OG slightly. Gold light slightly leading Na'Vi. How are the support levels looking? Roger 4. We got 4 and always want to fly. But pretty much even. Seeing that there's going to be a lot of global potential here in the game, though, as Thompson, he's going to be going for Boots of Travel as the rush item. This game, as we've seen, this one also picked up a lot here on these Zeus's. Just all about your mobility. No one really likes to build like the defensive items anymore, like your Yules and all that on the Zeus. They just build crazy move speed. I need a defensive choice though versus Spectre. Spectre just gets on you instantly. So.
Yeah, and is this one of those games where Spectre is always going to be king of the late game as this scales on, or?
There's a lot of percent-based damage. That was the one thing I was hinting at in the beginning, is that they do have tools to kill Spectre in later stages, and Lifestealer, you usually want to be, you want to be the ones leading the charge and being ahead in net worth, but Lifestealer versus Spectre matchup isn't that bad, because you eat the Spectre because of that high percentage of HP.
Just sort of the problem for everyone's going to come through, whereas like General and Iceberg just having those abilities to play through and around the rage, make him kind of vulnerable if he is trying to focus down V2 in the midst of these fights.
Absolutely.
They will be able to do things to hold him off the Spectre.
Yeah, the General Slaughter is definitely going to be a big problem. He's getting slowed down a lot now, though. As he had this amazing start in the lane, he's actually pushed out of top completely. Now we see these bounties exchange. Just 2 for 2 again. But a very calm time from like the 8 to 10 minute mark. Thompson finishes up his bots. Seems like OG's fine with just playing a little bit more of the farm style.
Yeah, bottom always want to fly.
Steps up.
Get the D ward, but it's going to cost him his life here. Seb trapping him in the pit. Going to come in and finish him off. Iceberg's going to charge forward, dropping down the team onto Seb. Also, V-Tune swinging in from the side as Seb should fall unless they can get a deny off, and actually maybe they won't even find him.
He might be okay.
He's still alive. The Haunt's out.
The Haunt.
As V-Tune, he's looking to finish off the job. Dagger's off the mark. Dagger's blindly into the trees. He's going to miss the opportunity to get the kill, and now he might just die himself as they turn on a V-Tune. He haunts into his death. A big mistake there from the Spectre. That's going to cost heavily there. Pretty much the first use of the Haunt, and instantly dies off the back of it.
I mean, massive mistake. That's a 3-minute cooldown that goes so your team can't make those aggressive moves to try to get you these free kills, and Seb lives because of it too. So now he's got plus damage. They've got a catapult wave pushing in. That is a pretty huge stop of momentum. Na'Vi.
Yeah, that hurts big time. V-Tune there.
They want to get some much bigger stuff out of their ultis. This Doom and their Spectre ultis, now it's going to be on cooldown for both of them for another minute and change. So OG, they have a great window now to pressure these buildings, especially on the bottom side.
Sure, because as you said, with OG, their heroes already ready to go.
Yeah.
They're not going to be working around those sort of big cooldowns.
They've got Wrath of Nature and Thunder God's Wrath at the ready right now, too, so they can look to set up for kills very easy. If Soxa finds anyone, they're dead. Always want to fly. He's going to be the target.
They've got him.
Very easy
Trapped
kill.
in the pit.
Radiant's
Snowball
bottom
out.
tower is under
And
attack.
Notel getting involved in it as well from afar there, dropping down the Thunder God's Wrath with the kill secure.
Wrath of
To the
Nature.
side.
Radiant's
Nature's
bottom
Wrath.
tower is under attack.
Radiant's
Don't take too many
bottom
wraps
tower
this game.
has fallen.
And the Zeus, they actually save Thompson's ult with that too, and now it's level 2. So he's level 12. Bit more increased damage. His mid one, he's still getting pressured up top, but they got the bottom tower. Now Seb is even more pressure.
Mid one, the she's getting, he's not dying anywhere close to it. He's keeping himself at full HP. The armlet's nearly done. It's early days here, 6-6, less than 1k in it, but already starting to feel that first bit of a blunder with the Horn and the Doom could cost Na'Vi big in the long term, to the point where when they have those ults up again the next time round, they cannot afford for them to go to waste.
No, absolutely not. I don't think they can really waste any of their ultis this game. As OG, I feel
Radiant's
like they're really going to
middle
press the
tower is
issue
under
forward with this
attack.
early timing here. With this Underlord having a good start, with the Nature's Prophet having a good start, like they're just going to look to take
Radiant
these buildings. And
structures are
it's going to shrink the map
fortified.
so much for V2.
Radiant's
He doesn't
middle
have great
tower
places to
is
farm.
under attack.
I'm going to get the Ice Buff out onto the two of them here. Iceberg on the front, gets the Doom down onto Thompson, but Thompson, he's heading out of there. And he might just live it.
Dyer's courier has been
Infest,
slain.
that's going to work as a great counter towards the Doom damage. He heals him up, keeps him fine. No tail will be turned towards as Iceberg is able to claim another, as Na'Vi do get the two of them. Get both of the supports, but cores are all able to make it out unharmed.
Good punch back though, bringing everybody there. They actually get a pretty decent one. But Doom does not lead to a kill. It just kills the two supports there again. Iceberg is getting pretty huge, but yeah, Thompson surviving during all this. Now he has a Kaya. He's going full greed on this Zeus. And we saw, of course, the Boots of Travel really paying dividends in that last matchup as he just zooms away from a speedy Doom. And now back to the mid lane as Doom was used. V2, and he has to be ready to join the fight.
CBM from Roger. Over to help, always want to fly, but this tower taking a beating.
Radiant's middle tower
Fire
is
laid
under
down,
attack.
but they can hold to the side of it. Keep pushing on.
Radiant's middle
G
tower has
behind
fallen.
One tower this game, whilst so far being able to keep all of theirs pretty untouched. Their tower's looking to be in a good state right now as they continue to just take over more and more Na'Vi's half of the map.
They're just constricting the map so much. Like V2 has no real good places to farm now except for in mid when it pushes in and his defensive triangle. His jungle is now off the table and top isn't even on the table either because that tier 1, it's 2/3 HP. So OG, if there's an opportunity where the Spectre goes top, they will counter gank him. But Na'Vi has to try to here so they actually have places for the Spectre to farm. See how OG reacts to it as they do have all their ults up again in a second. 10 seconds
Dyer's
for that
top tower
Underground
is
draft.
under attack.
Top.
Iceberg?
So No-Tail, instant TP's coming in. Iceberg, can he finish this kill off? The Sprout's out. He's still chasing in for No-Tail. Will manage to get him. He's really like mid-one. Mid-one could have maybe saved him there with the Infest, but decides to hold it.
I think he was going to save him. No-Tail ran away. Midone was trying to save his life. But all of OG, they react accordingly. As soon as Na'Vi tries to set up to try to pressure this top tower, they know what to do. The other lanes are in a great position for them, so just keep protecting this top tower. Bottom bounties, though, No-Tail will be able to claim them for his team.
Na'Vi, they have got Doom and Horn ready to go once more. So, see what they can get with this. Still 40 seconds into the BKB's backup for Iceberg.
OG's setting up for this next tower here, too.
Continue to play fast. 15 minutes in and threatening the third and final tier 1 tower of Na'Vi.
Radiant's top
No-Tail
tower
just
is
keep
under
it right in the
attack.
front there. That shows how
Radiant
little afraid they are.
fortified.
V2 trying to get trade in the mid lane, trying to push the
Dyer's
tower.
middle tower is under attack.
Dyer locked down.
They're taking this. There's no hold here from Na'Vi. One go.
Radiant's top tower has
OG
fallen.
just continue to
Dyer's
play it
middle
very
tower
fast,
is
taking
under
objectives
attack.
at a pace that Na'Vi's not keeping up with at all, and seemingly finding anything in return
Dyer's
for it.
middle tower is
and just
under
map
attack.
continue to get constricted, even more limited places for V2 to find farm, and now a Lotus Orb is already finished up on Seb, so he can counteract so much of the enemy lineup. The Doom can get reflected, Laguna, he can remove the Corrosive Haze from his teammates too. Look, even though, Navi's still leading the gold somehow, they're doing a great job of distributing wealth, but feels like OG's getting much more out of the map and just limiting what Na'Vi can do. Almost have General Blink Dagger, though. This will at least give a way to initiate fights, because that's really what they were lacking. But we see Saksa. He's going around on looking for these hunts alone because they have all this global potential.
He's probably going to get punished for this one. Unless they've got the backup coming over. Maybe he won't at all. The life strike is going to be dropped on him, but Sax is still alive. It's deep. He's in. Thundergods are out. Punched down the side by No-Tail, but General's in with the stun onto the No-Tail Prophet. Puts the stand to him. Doom's down as well as the Horn coming in, but Seb's in with the counterplay. He's ready to take them out with the Rift. Is he able to do so in time? He is. They're all out of there. The use of the Doom and the Horn is once again wasted due to OG having these measures to just counter it all.
Beautiful reset. They can look to respawn and go fight back. Na'Vi, that was their big show there too. They didn't use Iceberg's Doom, or BKB at least, I don't believe. So he was at least able to hang on to those charges, but yeah, not able to get anything out of the map again. And look at all the lanes. Again, OG has every lane pushing out, so they can pick and choose what they want to do with the map now. Na'Vi has to chill all in their triangle area to secure V2 in this much needed farm. But OG's, they're actually running in.
One's going in straight away. Stun will be there on the No-Tail. General turns, they'll be able to burst him.
Okay.
As Roger takes him out there. Well, they look towards General. He's in the pit. Roger coming in with a wraparound. He's getting stun onto both Sax and Thompson. Ice Path as well with a follow-up. The snowball saves there for Thompson. Buys him time to get out to the side, but there's the crush on General. Onto the two of them. Thompson goes down. Saxon's going to fall. The light strikes out on the mid one. He gets the rage off in time. He's trying to fight back, trying to take down General, but General's away. General does go down, but not without a huge loss for OG, as they lose 4 heroes off the back of that. No-Tail only just respawning back into the game. As Na'Vi, they were just able to hold their ground and turn, and Roger, between really sort of Roger and General, these stuns and crushes are just messing with OG entirely. When they do get on top of you, Na'Vi's got the lockdown.
Gods are more like it in that fight. They have the ward that's placed up on the high ground so they see everything. Roger lands a 2-man stun without setup on the Zeus of all people, the mobile Zeus, the perfect target for him to get up, and then they wrap around. That was without any of their ults. That was without the Doom and the Haunt, that they're able to take that fight versus OG. OG maybe not giving them as much respect as they deserve into that triangle area with just perfect vision. Na'Vi just able to get everything off there. Philosopher's Stone now picked up too, so give that to your Lena, Roger, who now also has a 4-step finished up. Nice little punch back there.
Hey. Mid one nearly with its Deso done last mithril hammer. The is nearly there for V2. Be a lot harder for OG to catch him out. In fact, Manta probably going to be able to get away from most things. As the actual sort of lockdown itself from OG is purely the pit, the snowball. With the Manta and a dagger, V2 is going to be able to run away from most of that.
Yeah, he should be able to disengage a lot easier. While on the side of Na'Vi, they have a plethora of different forms of disable.
Oh, yeah.
Ice Path stuns from both the Slaughter and the Lena. Lots of different forms of control. Do we have any of these auras picked up yet? OG, kind of at least the mech finished up for Seb. On Na'Vi, they're not going to have any of this, it seems. They're going to at least have the hood that's on General for himself to protect him. But they won't have any of these auras to counteract at all.
Come.
And still, of course, you know, with the 3 towers being taken and constant aggression from OG, they're still on the back foot on their side of the map, but still farming very, very well. And that Manta is done. Mid lane.
They can catch. Shards off the mark. General's able to walk. And on the side, we're going to have the BKB Iceberg.
What the?
No, he didn't. They have the ice path down. What? He didn't take him away. He didn't take him away. Seb left him behind. He left him behind. He left Midward. He left Saxa. He just pieced out of there. He just walked out of range.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
and
attack.
He was gone. Saxa's had to buy back.
What just I mean, I need a replay.
So we had a doomed creep, and then Seb deciding that he wasn't going to take the whole squad back.
It really looked like he didn't even stop the Doom or anything. He's just like, I'm getting this creep. It's like the biggest misclick I think I've seen.
I mean, it worked.
He wasn't even close to a creep is the thing. Like, that was, all right.
I know, it was the big brain play, you know, can't rift out a Doom a creep.
That's fair, yeah.
Because if he did Doom a hero, probably would have got out with a rift. Maybe if he had actually doomed mid one, Seb might have actually him. So because he didn't do mid one, Seb was like, mid one's fine. See ya. And he wasn't. Mid one's dead. They lose him.
All right, well, a very effective Doom by Iceberg. As we'll see it again here. Look at the Doom creep.
Look at it. It looked like he was in range, but I guess he wasn't. No, he just ran.
Walked out.
He just walked out.
He was trying to get the right side, too. He was trying to get Thompson out, too. And
sure, but Thompson, he's already safe. He's up on the cliff. Who cares about Thompson? You're leaving mid-bomb right in the middle of it all.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Oh, no.
We got quite a game on our hands.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
Midwin
attack.
is just very poor. He's got the Deso finished up, but he is quite a significant margin behind the Spectre now, and not a place you want to be as Lifestealer. They're going to need some big fights here in the mid-game to kind of bring them back, as
Dire's top tower
nature of matchups is looking a little grim right now. As in the river, Midwin spotted.
He's going to go down again.
Oh.
Laguna is there. He's out of the game. No Tail's trying for the TP out. He'll make it. But over to the side, have Iceberg looking over towards Saxa and Seb. Starting to split, but there's the chase. General is heading over. Ooh, not quite able to find Saxa. Saxa's out with the TP, but that's, two huge deaths for Mid-One. Maybe just feeling a little disheartened after being left behind by his captain.
Tower is under
He's like,
attack.
Is that what I'm worth to you? And now he's just lost the plot. 2 deaths in a row. He's falling behind, and this Spectre's only going to get further and further ahead as V-Tune's well on the way to having Defusal done on top of the Manta. Whereas, of course, after that Deso for Mid-One, there hasn't been any progression.
No, and Defusal plus the Manta, we talked about how Thompson, you were talking about these boots of travel, good build, he's able to disengage easy. They're going to make it really hard now, as you can just jump right on top of Thompson and just defuse him and stick on top of him. That could definitely prove to be pretty problematic for this backline. The squishy backline of OG.
OG's going to try and go for the Roche here.
Everything's available for Navi.
The Horn and Doom is up. This is a massive risk that they're taking.
It's scanned as well.
This is some crazy stuff here from OG. As Navi, they're going to be looking to punish this for sure. They're heading over. Mid-One.
The bash.
Oh, he's been bashed by Roche. Still just a rage off. They turn the Dooms down. They've got to get him out of there. This time the Rift is taking them away. They're holding close to him. But already the burst is there. The Uber driver's dead. And so's everybody else. 3 down on OG. Thompson and Saxa trying to run. But this game has just taken a huge turn for the worse over the last few minutes for OG. To the point where it may even be overfogged. I just seen it at the top of my screen. A Spectre getting an ultra kill. The team's 9k ahead. I don't know how you're coming back from this.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
No, it really feels like this. I mean, this just exploded. Navi doing all the right things. OG just forcing these fights, and
wow,
Navi just able to take the fights and hand it to them there.
And it really did all spiral out of control. The moment Iceberg doomed a creep. That was the part in the puzzle. That's how this story goes. He knew it. He'd been to the future. He came back, and he knew that at the point at this game where he dooms the creep, OG just start to lose it. As bottom lane, General's trying to fight in. He does get caught in the pit. General will go down. Always want to fly out with the TP. He's out. Roger as well, also able to slide away. So they'll lose General. Something for OG to come in back into the game and kill off. Just this Spectre. V-Tune with the Manta Defusal. The Aegis. 2k gold on top of that as well. By the next time the fight comes out or the Aegis expires or is used, he's going to have a BKB done.
Dire's top
my
tower
god, yeah.
has
And just core
fallen.
matchups, are, we're seeing them really kicking off, especially now that they have this advantage.
Look who he's found. Straight into Thompson on the bottom lane. Thompson's trying to run. Is there any saving they can do for him? The pit is out. Iceberg popping the BKB. He's still stuck in by the Sprout. His blink's going to be back up in a second.
Radiant's middle tower
Can
is
he actually
under
chase
attack.
Thompson? He'll turn and he'll settle Seb. Set up for V-Tune to close the gap. Saxa's watching from the side. He's able to buy some time with the snowball, turning in over to the Spectre. Light Striker raised down on the Seb, though. Thunder God's Wrath finishes him off. V-Tune's low. Will go down at once. Iceberg tries to TP out, but we will see Mid-One able to take him down before he's able to do so. Dagger out to the side. General's in, giving the vision for Roger to burst down Thompson towards Saxa. It's just another clean-up crew here from Navi. Mid-One, is he out? Rage, he's away. Lost long enough for the TP to get him out before the ice pass sets in place.
Dire's bottom tower
But
is
still,
under attack.
another one fight here for Navi now at 26-9. And no signs of slowing down. This tower
Dyer's bottom
will pretty much
tower
get
is
beat in
under
that
attack.
BKB. So even though the Aegis is
Dyer's
gone,
structures
the
are
chances of them
fortified.
killing this Spectre just become slimmer and slimmer.
And that was them chasing out when General was dead that whole time. So OG, they were trying to get as much as they could. Thompson survived and got all of his spells off so many times. But then Slaughter respawns, they get on top of him. They kill him very quickly. And also General, he has an Aghanim finished up. Yeah, Na'Vi just getting some crazy timings now after these last 3 fights. OG's going to need some insane outplay inside of these fights to try to take it now against this massive Spectre. Yeah, mid one just how many times in a row now that he just felt like he died. 2 and 5 and 2.
2, 5 and 2. It's a tough one for him. It's a tough one. He had a good showing in game 2, but game 1 didn't look great. Game 3 also looking rough for mid one on the carry this game.
Yeah, and I mean now it just feels so impossible for a Lifestealer in this position as he's below the core, his other cores. Yeah, coming back versus this Tri-Core is so damn hard. This is a game where Lifestealer has to be ahead of the Slaughter, has to be ahead of the Spectre, and yeah, it's really going to feel like quite a big mountain to climb as OG. They're going to get set up on again here. The Haunt is at the ready. The BKB's at the ready.
He's ready to jump right in on them. And what's sort of the order of heroes you're going for as the Spectre? You go for the Zeus first?
Go for Thompson.
Thompson first, take him out of the fight. And what's Thompson got to protect himself?
Just Bloodstone, Neil.
Seb offering up the Lotus and the mech. And maybe a Rift out. Of course, that is if Seb does decide that he's worthy of a trip out.
They were trying to smoke to the Spectre, but Na'Vi, they're prepared. They got their scan down.
General. He's going to get gone on here. Can they burst him in time? He's able to get the puddle out. Seb's already starting to back out. He realizes they've got to take themselves out of here. No-Tail goes down. Seb will be able to take the rest of them out of there. All things considered, with the way they're falling behind, Haunt, BKB used by the Spectre, only No-Tail going down. So this time Seb getting his rating back up.
Yeah, actually pretty damn solid. If General is able to actually get the crush shot before they initiate on him, I think he survives almost all of that there. He didn't actually have his puddle down in time. Set up for the kill there. It's a really good reaction from Seb. It's just like the moment Haunt is used, they're just out. And we're still seeing the percent damage. V-Tune dropped down to like 800 HP. Still feels so damn difficult for OG, but if they're able to pull out those type of plays, maybe they can actually counteract this net worth lead. Solar Crest also finished on Seb, so more ways to try to buff up this Lifestealer to try to match this massive Spectre. Still feels like we said, quite a mountain to climb for OG, but small gains.
Their best on. Despite the big swing, they allowed Na'Vi to take advantage of.
Attack. Radiant structures are fireproof.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Decision from Na'Vi to
smoked.
Iceberg, he's in with the two.
They're setting up.
He's able to jump straight in onto mid one. They're trying to get mid one out of here. Seb, no Dark Rift for 20 seconds. They're going to lose mid one. Na'Vi, they are after coming with the hold. They're in with the Laguna, chasing down Thompson. Thompson is trying to hide, but the Yule setup's there, straight into the combo. And that's another Seb. Gonna hold back, always want to fly, but always want to fly. He will fall, but he's been able to buy time for Na'Vi to swing back over and clean up a third. Na'Vi again, just pushing their lead. 15k coming up on the net worth, 30-11, and General's not done. He's hunting for Saxa. Saxa, some time to be bought with the snowball. General's ready to play around this though, just toying with him, teasing him as Iceberg heads over. Na'Vi kill off yet another of OG. It just goes to show that OG, they really can't make moves against Na'Vi's lineup right now. If Na'Vi is all up, they're just going to win every single fight.
Yeah, and there's just no way for OG to start fights either. You know,
Dire structures are fortified.
0-7-7 this game on the Tusk. They don't have a natural form of initiation besides just the Underlord parking himself in the front. Na'Vi, they see everything. They literally just they just pick and chose their target in that one. Like the Doom is just easy for Iceberg.
Middle tower is
and they just
under
wrap from the sidelines there. Yeah, it's really seeming so hard for OG. Doing all these mistakes after Na'Vi capitalizing on everything.
Maybe, do you think, maybe a little bit of regret about letting the Iceberg Doom through again? 4-1 and 20 is looking pretty good for him, and the amount of farm that he has, I don't think there's any sort of other hero that Iceberg could be on that just does this much in these sort of games.
No, they've always looked so good whenever he is playing it, and again, this game, just like the first one, he's dominating. So he's got 5,400 gold, too, on top of Shiva's BKB Blink.
He doesn't even need to spend it.
He can buy whatever he wants here. He can buy full AC, a full refresher. It's really up to him.
I don't know. Try and get the mind of Iceberg. What do you think is most likely?
Is under attack.
Oh, okay, the AC. I mean,
I think it's either one of those.
There we go. AC's going to be coming out. And, just like that, he's able to buy it quicker than Mid-One's able to finish off an AC himself. And Mid-One's been farming that AC for what feels like the last 15 minutes.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
As they're smoked again, looking for some positioning here as they do have all their ultis available. OG has to stick all together here. They can't split up at all. Yeah, they're hoping to have a high ground positioning because then if Na'Vi jumps, that gives OG the initiation that they lack. They need to have like this perfect positioning. As the scan does come out.
They know where
Iceberg's
Na'Vi
there too.
is.
They saw him devour one of the creeps too, as one of the creeps just disappeared randomly when they were looking at mid.
That's hard because Na'Vi on the high ground. OG
can't walk up there. They have to have Na'Vi walk into them for them to have any chance in the fight. See No-Till look to split push. He sees V-Tune and he decides against it as he will just die very quickly. I know they're aware of Na'Vi's positioning, but they just can't do anything about it. Na'Vi playing it very smart. Just chill, play patient. Roger's going to go scout. He sees the rush though with his career.
I mean, OG's not going to fall for this one, are they? They're not heading into the jungle this way.
I would imagine not, because they know where Na'Vi is, but generally he's speedy.
Still over
He's Hudson.
Straight away, Horns out, boom, the Zeus is gone. Now over to Seb they go. Seb's going to try with the TP out, but look at this damage. Seb doesn't stand a chance. As Na'Vi just quick to make moves.
Radiant's
Just
middle
OG,
tower is under
you could
attack.
feel it. They knew that it was coming. They knew that they were around there. And to the point where I think they also knew that there was really nothing they could do, apart from maybe if they all opted to just TP straight home. If they stay out on the map, Na'Vi was going to be able to get those kills every time, and there we have on top of it too. Aegis Cheese into the hands of Na'Vi. Their lead just continuing to grow in a way that
back in a few minutes.
it's just dwarfing whatever OG has with regards to farm. I mean, the OG's cores have just hit a massive roadblock, and they just can't seem to pass it. We've got Mid-One finally finishing off that AC, but they're just so far behind this Iceberg Doom and V-Tune Spectre right now.
Yeah.
Dyer's
like you said, full AC picked up for Iceberg, and then also an Iascati finished up for V-Tune, so he's like this unkillable Spectre. 3,400 HP, lots of percent damage, but killing him twice. Probably gonna end up killing the whole team at Desolate. Or Dispersion, sorry.
Dyer's middle tower
As high ground
has
defense
fallen.
is gonna start reviving here. The Zeus as well as that Underlord are back. Na'Vi is gonna give some respect here.
Trying to step out, but you just look at what his team's got right now, and it's just very hard to see what OG can do. I mean, I guess a pickoff's going to be where they have their strength, so their only strength. But anytime that Na'Vi's all around as a group, just doesn't feel like a fight they're able to take, and especially so if the Haunts up, then it just feels like there's not going to be any sort of move they can make at all.
Yeah. Na'Vi's not giving them the chances to really get any type of pickoffs. The only person showing in lanes has really just been the Spectre. Whoa, that's an MKB on Roger, I just realized.
Oh my goodness. He was eyeing at the Ags, but then he said, screw it, I want to punch people too. I got a Slaughter. I want to take use of that physical.
He's not getting hit anyway in the fights.
No,
they're not able to get to him, so
he is not dying.
That's going to hurt. Na'Vi all positioned. Smoke comes
they
out.
smoke, but it's instantly put to a stop. Na'Vi's ready on the high ground. The Haunts out. They get the roll in onto the two of them. Seb's trying to take them out already. Realizes this is not going to be a good fight. He'll get Mid-One out of there. Na'Vi still able to quickly find the two supports. No tell Sax are gone.
Oh, they saw Thompson with the mid ward.
Oh,
General
chase?
trying to find a place to sneak in. Thompson's going to be fine, though. But yeah, it's just the fights are just impossible. They're really just impossible.
And just
Soxer just dies instantly. No-Tail dies instantly, and then they're just 3 quarters running around.
And look at some of these levels as well. So Avicii, he's about to hit the 25, whereas OG's Thompson and mid one, they're only just hitting level 20. In general, he's just got a 2-man crush. Look at the ice walks down straight away onto Thompson. He's trying to heal up with the Bloodstone, but this damage is too much for this Zeus to withstand. He goes down, Doom shopped onto mid one, and this time around, no way of taking him home. As Seb will fall slowly but surely. No tails pushed back to the base. 3 heroes dead, all 3 cores without buyback. No tails gone as well. I mean, this game it's basically over. 39 to 11, 30k lead. I mean, it kind of feels like it's been over for quite some time. As Na'Vi, they know they're looking to close this.
Looks like Radiant
onto the
closed the blast
and
doors.
with no buybacks available on OG. I mean, even if they were there, let's be honest, not like they had too much at all to slow this down. Looks like Na'Vi's going to close this one up for.
GG.
Dire's middle barracks are under attack.
At the back of the Doom, looking good. Back of the Lina Slardar lane top, also looking good. Na'Vi just looking sharp today, especially when they can rally around this Doom and just, if they can get these type of games, if they can make teams OG slip up and make these type of